You understand? Everybody, thank you so much for coming out. I know it's absolutely awful here, but I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6:04. May I get a roll call, please?
Board Member Flores,
Present.
Board Member Rivera,
Here.
Board Member Cimental,
Present.
Board Member Santioni,
Present.
Board Member Barajas,
Present.
Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, Dr. Medina Canart,
Present.
Maricela Barra, present, Tamika Lina Lasco,
Present.
Student Board Member Samantha Bustamante, and Stephanie Mendoza. Yes, thank you.
May I get a motion to approve the agenda of the regular board meeting of March 14th, 2023? So motion by Board Member Stanzioni, second by Board Member Barajas. Roll call?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving along to item 2, open session. Ms. Bustamante, could you lead us in the pledge of allegiance? I'm so sorry, it says Bustamante. Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I apologize for not listening as I was looking at your property. Okay, so let's start with student board representative reports.
The announcements for Edgewood. At Edgewood Academy, students are working hard and focusing on their academics. Elementary students finished their benchmarks a week ago, and middle school is beginning them this week. Additionally, our English learners in grades 3 to 5 are taking the LPAC state exam. We wish them the best. Our ASB is working hard to plan a family dance party to take place in April. This will be fun events with music, games, photo booth, and prizes. We can't wait to see all the family fun. Church Middle School announcements. Church Middle School is proud to announce that we are awarded the National Schools to Watch this week in Monterey, California. The children's staff would like to thank our Board of Education, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, and Executive Cabinet for supporting the TMS staff, students, and families. TMS continues to offer students after-school sports children and their newest offering music and lyrics, which is targeting young teenagers. We would also like to invite the Baton community to our open house showcase on March 23rd from 5 to 7 p.m. We will have our children band perform. Come to get to see what George has to offer. Bassett High School announcements. It has been a series of great news for Bassett High School. Our boys volleyball did an amazing job at winning their first game. Our ASB has been busy with competing at the elementary as well as organizing the Renaissance Universal Themed Rally. Last week's pyramid turned out great, had a fun lineup of dress-up games that each had a great turnout. Our rally was very rewarding as we took the time to acknowledge and award those students who have been working diligently towards their academic goals.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Okay, moving right along to item 3, public comments related to closed session items. This is the appropriate time in the agenda for those present to speak with regards to only closed session items on the agenda. Only topics specific to the actual closed session item will be heard at this time. Topics which do not address closed session items will not be heard during this time and will be heard during the open session comments. The board has allotted a total of 20 minutes for public input on closed session agenda items. If there are several speakers on a specific topic, at the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time of individuals may speak, requesting that comments be limited to the points not already addressed. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other persons. Speakers are requested to maintain order, decorum, and do not disrupt the meeting or do not use profanity when addressing the board. Okay. To the board, before I begin, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are you okay with the lines? Because we should be able to make it within your 3 minutes. You're okay? Okay. So first we have, please forgive me if I don't pronounce this right, Penny Sakuma Wolf. Good evening. Good evening. Is it on? Is it on?
Yes.
It is? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Your life as a teacher begins the day you realize you are always a learner. This is a quote by Robert John Meacham, an American author, educator, and poet. Good evening, Board of Education. I am Penny Sakuma Wolf. I have taught 26 years at Don Julian and have always had the philosophy that all teachers are learners, essentially lifelong students. So as I sat through a 6-hour training yesterday and tried to find something new to learn, I came across an article in the handout entitled Demonstrating Unconditional Belief by Samantha Gross. As I read, I placed the word teacher when I saw the word student and district for classroom and wanted to share some of these insights with you. I only have time for 4 of the 8 points. They are as follows. Point number 1, create a welcoming and safe environment. Smile, say hello, but don't stop there. Ask how teachers are doing. Check in, let teachers share what they need to, and follow up with a few when needed. Point number 2, treat each and every day as a new day. Each day is a fresh start. Actions are not people. Actions are choices people make that have consequences. On a side note, I thought about the situation at the high school without a science teacher, how your actions, the board's actions are affecting so many students' lives. Their educational future will be affected by this. But back to the handout. The good news is that the last sentence of this point declares life gives do-overs for a lot of things. Point number 3, create opportunities to interact with teachers, either one-to-one or in small groups. The more you engage with teachers and not let them silently pass through your district, the better. Be careful how you engage though. Engaging with teachers does not mean filling out surveys. On a side note, filling out surveys was my interpretation of this point, and I think of all the teachers and principals who have silently passed through our district. The very teachers and principals who did the things that were asked during this training to connect with students, including knocking on doors to reach out and go the extra mile. Some of these teachers and principals who silently left, and others weren't silent, but actually said why they left. But I do consider that they were silently left because it fell on deaf ears. Back to the handout. Number 4, care. And now I'm reading directly from the handout. I don't mean this sarcastically at all. Sarcasm has no place in education. You can go through the motions all you want, but teachers can spot a fake smile a mile away. Teachers can spot a fake a mile away. Teachers will know if you don't genuinely care about humans in your district. Side note, this point was taken word for word, right? I didn't add anything to it. There were 4 more very insightful points. Unfortunately, because of time, I'm not allowed to share the remaining 4, but I would love you to ask me about them since so much of the district money was invested in this training. My last point comes from the main speaker himself, Dr. Victor Rios. He said, and I quote, "The district should be led from the middle. Teachers should be those leaders." I listened for 6 hours and will implement some of his very expensive advice. And I hope right now that you listen to his words also and take some of his advice as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. The next speaker is Mr. John.
Good evening, board, parents, and teachers who are attending. One of the things that we really look for in the classroom is engagement, and I'm glad to see that more board members are engaged with the speaker this week than at the last board meeting, where I saw frequent avoidance of gaze and doodling on papers while people were up here speaking from the heart. So thank you for that. Secondly, no, it's not my time.
Sorry, the gutter came out.
No worries. Secondly, you have negotiations going on right now between Basque Unified and BTA, and we have a force of BTA teachers out here. You can't see them all because you're in the small boardroom. We're at Torch, you'd be able to see us in numbers, but I'm sure you saw us out there in the rain, picketing and letting everybody know what's going on in the district. I can give you presentations on the number of districts around us that have settled with 2 to 3 meetings and negotiations where their board has respected the wishes of the teachers and given over 10% raises. But we spoke about that last time. I could speak about the budget and where all the excess is, but I spoke about that last time as well. All I'm here to say now is come to the table prepared with a offer that fulfills your promise from last year's impasse, which is to bring us into parity with districts around us. That is all we are asking. Lastly, if you have any questions about where we find this money, you can always reach out to any member of the negotiations team and we will guide you through our view of the budget, where we found over 23% excess spending that can be used to support the teachers that directly support the vision and the mission that you instill within this district. We are not looking for anything more than what we deserve. And if you do not think we deserve a pay that is on par with our colleagues in the San Gabriel Valley, you will continue to see the reduction of teachers in this district that have many years of service in this district, that have bought into this community and that know the culture and adapt to and are best for our students. Thank you.
Next, we have George Aria. Avila, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just making sure you got all the good evening, board and staff. I wanted to start by congratulating George for being a middle school, California school to watch. These hardworking teachers and principal have worked above and beyond to raise the bar and showcase the hard work and learning happening at Torch, creating a culture that students can emulate. What you don't know about these go-getters is that most of them have 2 jobs. Currently, over 60% of certificated staff at Torch need some type of a second income. And at one point, it was over 70%. They are bankers, professors, night school teachers, tutors, music teachers, servers, bartenders, etc. The reason they work these second jobs is because Bassett doesn't pay enough. But you know this. The real question is if you care. One of these hardworking teachers asked me, if the district has such a robust surplus, why are they not taking care of their teachers? Are we not valued? Why do we pay so low? First chance I get, I'm out. I can't get stuck here. I am not valued. It was that moment I realized that Bassett no longer competes for teachers, internally or externally. It has gotten to the point where core subjects across the district are not being filled. This includes torch. Why? Don't pay enough. It's not even close. Let me give you another quote from another teacher. I work 2 jobs at Bassett and I'm still poor. When you have student loans and you have pay a large amount for medical, it significantly reduces your income. Some teachers at Bassett are living paycheck to paycheck. Here's another quote. My wife makes $1,200 a month more than I do, and she's 1 column left and has 1 less year of experience. I'm just waiting for an opening. Currently, the highest paid teacher at Bassett makes $30,061 less than the highest paid teacher at Hacienda La Puente. That's $120,000 every 4 years, $150,000 every 5 years, $300,000 in 10 years. We are going to lose teachers. We're going to lose principals. We're going to lose critical staff. I don't want to see a 5 teacher a year classroom anymore. I'd like to see fully staffed schools. Show the community that you want to fight. Show the community that you want to fight to keep the great teachers here at Bassett. Thank you.
I just want to start with that. I did not hear any of the other speeches before mine goes. So, good evening, everyone. I'm here this evening to discuss why it is so important that our salary schedule is significantly increased this year. As I'm sure you are all aware, the district is hoarding money in line items within the budget, which BTA would be happy to show you this access. We're currently 45th out of 47 school districts in Los Angeles County in terms of salary for teachers. And let me tell you why this is so important to this community, to our community. An example at Bassett High School. Currently, there's an opening that wasn't filled this year for higher level science courses, including biology, chemistry, and physics. These classes have been taught or not taught by subs all year long, not even the same sub. That means your high achieving college bound student that's in an A to G college course like physics, chemistry, or biology, and they don't have a qualified teacher. How are they being graded? Who's lesson planning? What curriculum are they using without a roster teacher in that classroom when everything's online? Who's doing the report cards? Do our students even know the content of these high-level science courses? My question list could go on and on. How does this relate to the salary schedule, you ask? Well, when new teachers approach our district to be hired, they look at Adjoin, which lists the salary schedule or salary ranges for each position. And if your salary is not competitive, those brand new teachers or those qualified teachers that have been in the career for a while, skip right on past your district. But this hurts our children. They've been taught by subs all year long. And as a board of education, as executive management, you are keeping Bassett Unified uncompetitive with the rest of the surrounding areas. Why would a new teacher ever come here with a salary schedule so low? And just like the previous speaker, why would they stay? The answer is they don't come here. They see the salary schedule and they click onto the next available item that suits their needs. So my question to you, Board of Education, is, are you going to keep Bassett uncompetitive? I'm sure you'll be talking about our next negotiation session tonight. I look forward to hearing a competitive bid tomorrow in negotiations. Thank you.
Can I have again, please forgive me, Johnny Cabrera?
My name is Johnny Guerrero. I am a student athlete and attend Bassett High School. One of the best parts of being at school is the relationship we create with teachers, staff, and coaches. This year, although we made history, a football coach will be leaving to coach at another school. The reason being is that they will pay him more over there they need to hear. Me as a human, understand people have their own things they need to take care of, like family. But me as an athlete, it feels it is unfair that I work hard every day at practice for a coach to leave because they don't get paid enough. The last 2 years, we had 2 different coaches, not just one coach, but a whole new coaching staff. The hard work we felt losing practice last year for the same reason, not getting paid enough, is all over again. It's a huge setback by not allowing us to practice, but an even bigger setback mentally. We don't have a coach yet. Will we have it soon? And so will we be able to pay him enough to stay and not leave us? Not paying enough is not only affecting teachers and staff, but students as well. For most students, sports is not just a hobby, but something we look forward to every single day, like being with friends and in our case, making school history and making a name for ourselves. With that being said, on behalf of all students and athletes, we feel teachers, staff, and coaches to be paid what they deserve. Thank you.
Good evening, board, community, and good teachers. Ms. Penny, that was a very confusing. I don't know if it was a thumbs up or thumbs down for all the training. I'm sure parents would appreciate any training. It's cheap or expensive that you guys can do, it would be appreciated. It's pretty hard to advocate for a situation when our students, if we have a substitute teacher that is doing the same job as our teachers, I would like to see how bad off are they having substitute versus our regular teachers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we might not find much of a discrepancy, which does that tell you? What does that tell you? When we come here, negotiations are behind door with attorneys, and on top of it, we have to see the banners, which is fine, it's their constitutional right, but why doesn't the board post everywhere where our children are at right now? Why don't we as community be equal and do that and have that conversation? Instead of being attacked as a parent, if your child for some reason went from A to an F, from one semester to the next, just because the parent dare ask a question on the material being taught to them, and we're gonna allow that, that's not gonna be a thing. We're gonna fix that because our children are living at a massive rate. Maybe the other districts are paying them more because they're retaining our students. Could be, I don't know. Could be a reason. So instead of that, why don't we advocate for the student? Because when we come together to do that as union presidents and teachers, things are gonna get done. It is not a parent, the enemy, because this monster's been here way before some of us have been here, and it's gonna be way before some of us are gone. And the question is, why? But nobody dares ask that question is honest to say, why are our students leaving at such a high rate? Why are they at Edgewood at High School, West Covina High School? Why are they leaving to Hacienda La Puente, Rice Pensione? How many students of ours have you received? I know at least of one. Because I know a parent told me that. So am I lying? I mean, girl, why are we allowing, why don't we have the truthful conversation? It's not a fight. It's not against us against them. It's like, why? And this is a special needs student. For God's sake, we can't even keep special ed students. I mean, honestly, you don't even have to really do state testing for that. So I'm gonna stop. There's more curriculum and other comments. And the perps that are out there have the cojones to come and talk to me. I'm not gonna be disrespected. This is the second time I'm disrespected. Everybody knows. They're not going to be allowed to do that. Carla Mahaffey has been the poster child, and it needs to stop.
I'd like to again remind everybody, please give your respect to the speaker at the podium, just as you were given respect. If you cannot do that, then we will go to recess. Thank you. The next speaker is Oscar Urista. Oscar Urista? Okay, he's not here. Okay, moving right along. We will, given that we only have 4 speakers for open session, We will do open session comments before we go to our closed session. Okay, so. The Board of Education welcomes input from the public in order to conduct district business in an orderly manner for the privacy and safety of speakers and to help staff respond more directly. The board's policies include require that the public presentations to the board comply with certain procedures, including speakers may address only items that are within the subject jurisdiction of the board. When addressing the board, speakers are requested to state their name, address the board from the podium, and adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. The total time allotted for public input on either agenda or non-agenda items is limited to 20 minutes. If there are several speakers on the topic at the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time individuals may speak, requesting their comments be limited to the points not already addressed. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other persons. Speakers are requested to maintain order, decorum, not disrupt the meeting, or use profanity when addressing the board. Complaints should follow the district's compliant procedure before discussion with the board. Once again, before I start, I'd like to ask that we please give the respect to those who are at the podium. Thank you. So let's start with Jesse Durkin.
Good evening, board members, cabinet members. My name is Jesse Durkin. I'm the Think Together General Manager for Bassett and 5 other neighboring districts in the region. I wanted to just take a moment to introduce myself and provide some brief updates on Think Together. So I started with Think back in August, and prior to that, I was the Senior Program Director for City Year Los Angeles, an AmeriCorps program where I implemented expanded learning programs in high need schools across LAUSD for the past 10 years. This is Think's 16th year working in Bassett, as you know, providing daily homework help, academic and enrichment lessons, and physical activity for more than 500 students a day across the district. This year in our elementary school programs in Bassett, we've integrated mindfulness into daily routines and run SEL lessons supporting students with managing their emotions, interpersonal skills, and goal setting. At Bassett High School, we offer weightlifting, gardening, driver's ed, and in partnership with Chase Bank, Think Together students will soon be receiving financial literacy classes. As for our middle school programs, in addition to daily homework help and enrichment lessons, Think Together partners with the LA84 sports program to provide organized football, volleyball, basketball, cheer, and soccer matches. In order to participate in the tournaments, students are expected to remain in good standing with grades, behavior, and attendance, and our site coordinators are in regular communication with teachers, administrators, and counselors to ensure students stay on track. We know that not everything is perfect, and just last week, my team and I met with the principal over at Torch Middle School and decided to move our most experienced site coordinator with 12 years of experience from the region over to Torch to help improve program consistency and training for our program leaders. And we have more plans on the horizon to ensure we're providing top-notch programming to all students, including AVID, STEM, and new visual and performing arts curriculum. As you may know, our core program is funded by the After School Education and Safety, or ACES grant, which comes from the state of California, Department of Education. And Think Together collaborates with Bassett in managing, reporting, and renewing the ACES grant, which is contingent on programmatic compliance and staffing. This year, Think Together has made significant investments to bolster our talent acquisition department, and I'm happy to report that Think Together is currently 98% staffed across our programs in Bassett. I would love to hear any ideas that you all have for how we can enhance our programming even further in Bassett. At some of our neighboring districts, we are running programs during non-instructional days and summer programs funded through ELOP dollars from the state. If you're interested in having Think Together support with summer or other non-instructional days, or just want to discuss ways to enhance our core programming after school, I encourage you to please reach out via email and set up some time. Thank you so much.
You said that you have wrestling in high school?
No, weight room.
Weight room, okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Good.
Next we'll have, Ms. Apollonia Sullivan.
Hello, community again. I wanted to say thank you to Ms. Flores because she's been in endeavor and helping with our church fundraiser that is very pivotal on fixing the location. We did a trip to downtown LA that was special. We had to jump a couple of homeless situations there. So I wanted to thank her publicly because I know she doesn't just say she's gonna help, she actually shows up and physical and in spirit. So I appreciate that, and I'm sure Father Mike appreciates that from the community, even though some of them don't know how much he puts into the community. I see it. I got sidetracked. Again, I guess I wanted to stick to the student because I don't come here to argue and fight about me. I don't need tutoring or anything. So I wanted to perhaps, when you guys do negotiations, you have to be very, very, and bring this out, please. I can tell you a counselor, I can tell you what she told a parent. I can tell you the guerrilla tactics that they use, that maybe you shouldn't complain about the teacher because unfortunately all the other teachers are gonna be in trouble just for this one teacher. So because you guys, because that teacher, that counselor said, you guys as a body and the superintendent are doing zero. That was the word used, zero, to help the teachers and your schools. This is the conversation happening behind closed doors, all of you. None of you were excused as one of you saying, hey, you know, Cimental is advocating for teachers or Mr. Barajas or God, Ms. Rivera is really trying. It's just the rest of them. No, all of you. That's horrible. How can you do honest, truthful negotiations? How can we move the needle? How can we? The only ones that suffer are the students, but what I'm standing, the teachers are not very, they're not very sad about that. I haven't heard in 10 years of that advocacy, one teacher, one advocate for one student, for one. If somebody remembers that, please send me a memo because I have not, and that is not their job, but they have to understand what their purpose is and their job. That maybe they lost purpose. And if a man comes for 6 hours, Mr. Rios, and talks to you, for the love of God, why do you have to look at a book to try to make sense of what he's telling you? Maybe every day is a new change. Maybe every morning is a new episode, so you can do better. I took that and I didn't attend the meeting, but that alone taught me that we all can change. Think together is, I spoke to the man, he's very nice. I have a problem with Paul Solano sitting in there as a staff because I don't know when he came, at least a year before he recruited himself. But at the end of the day, I can look past that if they actually start really looking at our students and providing a good service. That is no longer my fight with Paul Solano. So thank you.
Okay, okay, next we will have Ms. Mireya Carvajal. Ms. Carvajal, Ms. Zuniga will translate for you. So just do it in sections or however you'd like to do. Give it in sections so she can translate as well.
Buenas tardes. Cuando vengo aquí a hablar con ustedes es porque ya traté todo lo que yo pude hacer, pero no se resolvió nada. Sigo con la misma situación no entiendo sobre los porcentajes todavía. Mi hijo está en algunos programas que le afecta esta D que tiene D de dedo, no D. Hoy teníamos una junta, la señora Quinara no estuvo ahí, pero todavía no he dicho el primer párrafo, nada más voy a terminar este ya. La señora Quinara iba a ir con nosotros, ella nos sugirió la cita y ella dio la cita. Estuvimos todos de acuerdo. Cuando llegamos, ella no pudo asistir porque ella tenía una presentación que hacer hoy y estaba trabajando. Cuando llegamos a la cita no había cita, la teníamos a la 1. Escuchamos que estaban teniendo problemas con el director, le estaban hablando en el walkie-talkie y él dijo que hasta el peak period. Yo no podía a esa hora ya, entonces me tuve que retirar.
Okay,
She came to let you know that when she comes here, she's coming here to advocate for her student. She still doesn't understand the percentages. She says that her student has a D. When she goes to the site, the principal doesn't have time. And she's, every time she comes in here to speak about the same issue and nothing gets done.
Pues es usted.
No, sí. ¿Quiere que lo haga cuando usted está hablando? Lo estoy
No
traduciendo.
sé, yo voy a, nomás yo tengo que hablar, no sé. Eso coordinan ustedes.
Okay.
Ok, el señor no estaba, hasta el quinto periodo iba a poder, no, yo ya no podía porque tenía otra cita. He tratado de comunicarme con la maestra del 10 grado, Miss Mactano. Me disculpo si no pronuncio bien el apellido de ella, maestra de grado 10. Todavía no he podido sentarme con ella, no sé por qué no se puede sentar conmigo en un Parent Teacher Conference. Sigo en la misma situación, cuando los incluyo en mis emails es para que por favor resuelvan la situación. Yo no estoy en la clase, pero mi hijo sí. Esto yo lo estoy empezando a expresar a él, porque él es el que está en la situación. Necesito que me ayuden, no a mí, pero a mi hijo sí. Necesito que me ayuden a resolver esta situación. Él está en un programa y esto le va a afectar en el verano, porque él tiene que tomar clases en ese programa. Si la maestra lo sigue reprobando y le sigue dando una D, o sea, va a reprobar todo el semestre, pero no me explica el porcentaje. Todavía no entiendo por qué no puede subir de una D a una C, no sé, todavía no me explica.
She tries to make an appointment with a 10th grade teacher. I believe it's Miss McDonald, she's saying. And she hasn't been able to get an appointment with her. She doesn't understand why. All she wants is a parent-teacher conference. She sends emails and she includes everyone on there, and yet she doesn't get a response. She just wants to resolve this issue. It's stressing. It's not her. She isn't there in the classroom. It's the student that's being stressed. The student needs help, and she doesn't understand why he continues to get a D. Nothing, it's not ever explained to her. Now, he has to take that program in the summer. He has to take classes. And so she finds, how is he going to do that if he can't even get his grade up, and she doesn't know how or why and how to help because no one takes the time to be with her.
Hace un mes pasé a visitar al salón de español. Parece que la clase que les están dando con el Chavo del 8 y en papel y lápiz, otra vez para no usar la computadora porque los niños están hartos de usar la computadora. Fueron palabras de la maestra. No le está funcionando y de tener una B ahora tiene una F. Entonces, la siguiente pregunta para ustedes es, ¿están represalias en contra de mi hijo porque yo vengo a hablar aquí? ¿Porque no dejo que lo abusen? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? ¿Son represalias? ¿Es racismo? ¿Es discriminación? ¿Qué es lo que están haciendo con mi hijo? ¿Por qué lo están tratando así? ¿Por qué no le quieren ayudar y por qué lo siguen reprobando sin darme una explicación lógica? Yo nunca he venido a pedirles que le pongan una F porque si no que le pongan una A porque si no se trauman, nunca. Pero no lo pueden reprobar sin una explicación. Gracias.
A month ago, she went to visit the Spanish class, and so they had a program on they were doing something on paper and pencil. She doesn't understand why they're not using a computer. We forgot to travel. It wasn't travel, which was sorry. And they the teacher stated that the students are tired of using the computers. She doesn't understand why there's this problem against her son. Because she comes here to speak and to advocate for him, are there consequences now against him? Is it discrimination? She doesn't have a logical reason. She can't get a logical reason or an answer to why he can't get a better grade. Now in the Spanish class, he had a B and now he's failing. So again, if someone could please explain to her what's happening in this classroom and why. If it's racism. Thank you, please.
Okay. Penny Sakume Wolf.
Good evening again. My name is Penny Sakuma Wolf. I just wanted to clarify, I had mentioned something about the high school science teacher. It's my understanding that it's not a long-term sub situation. It's multiple subs that are not experts in that area. So we're just concerned about the continuity of the curriculum. The subs don't communicate with each other, is my understanding. So that's the main concern. It's for our students and the continuity of the curriculum.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 4. We're going to close session. I get a motion to go to closed session. Routes. Member Baraja. Member Rivera. Roll call.
Aye.
She said.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Designee, and Bassett community. Tonight we'll be reporting on iReady diagnostic results update. Our PowerPoint will be up shortly, and I just wanted to take this time to thank you for the opportunity for allowing us to bring this information report to you, to share with you. We have all of our principals here, and I will present an overview of the district information, and the principals will give more details from each of their sites. So I thank the principals for being here. I thank them for all of their hard work, and we're about to get started. We're ready to go now. Okay, good. Here we go. The slide in front of you is a little bit of information about our iReady diagnostics. The iReady windows are, as you can see there, the first iReady window was in August. As soon as we came into school, we began school, the students took the iReady Diagnostic 1 and Diagnostic 2, as you can see there, grades 1 and 5 were in early December, and the 6-8, the 6-12 grades were in January. So that's the time frame as to when the students took the assessments. The who took the assessments were our students in grades 1 through 8. iReady goes up to grade 8 in rigor. But we also, at their request, have provided it for our students at Buena Vista High School and our special ed students in grades 9 through 12. The what is the reading and the math. So these assessments will measure and give us diagnostic information on reading and math for our students. This next slide shows a change in performance for our grades 1 through 5. Again, this is district information, and each site will break down for their school. So this slide is showing you the top section is math, the bottom section is reading, and the colors, green, we like green. And I put on the side of this slide the charts. So the chart math 1, and the percentage that we were at, 7%. The diagnostic the second time, those that were at early, mid, or above grade level, it shows that they went up to, I think that says 18%. But the change is a positive 11. So in math overall in grades 1 through 5, it's a positive 11. In reading, I'm going to go back to the chart because we have lots of information to present to you this evening. In reading, the chart tells us that we were a positive 13. So from the first diagnostic to the second diagnostic in grades 1 through 5, the students went up for the early, mid, or above grade level by 13 percentage points. This slide gives the same information, except it's for 6th through 8th grade. And we can go straight to the chart to see. Okay. So this slide is for our district 6th through 8th grade students. The top again is math, and the bottom is reading. I'll go straight to the chart on the right, and we can see that those students were a positive 9%. So from diagnostic 1 to diagnostic 2, the students in 6th through 8th grade in math grew 9%. For reading, the students in 6th through 8th grade grew 10% between the two diagnostics. Now this chart looks a little colorful, but what it is by grade level. Same information, but it's broken down by grade level. So I want to go straight to the chart again. 5th grade, all the way to the right, the column says the percentage change. So in 5th grade, there was a 12% increase between diagnostic 1 and 2. In 4th grade, 9%, 3rd grade, 12%. 2nd grade, 8%, and 1st grade, 13%. So we see that the students have progressed over this period of time between the diagnostic 1 and diagnostic 2. And again, this is for grades 1 through 5. I'm on the red ball. Go ahead. Okay, so this is for reading. And I'm going to quickly go over the percentage changes all the way to the right. In reading, fifth graders went up 5%, fourth graders 11%, third graders 17%, second graders 18%, and first graders 16%. So I'm really happy to see this growth of our students in the those grade levels. This is sixth through eighth grade. This is toward the end of my section here. The principals will come up and do their own for their own schools. But this again is performance change for grade 6 through 8, and this is in math. 5% for eighth graders, an increase of 10% for seventh graders, and an increase of 16% for our sixth graders. And this is in reading for our grade 6 to 8, an increase of 10%, an increase of 12%, and an increase of 11%. Okay. The next slide, we're going to have Mr. Ariani from Don Julian come up and present the Don Julian statement. This one is to advance.
Good evening, Madam Board President Flores, BUSD Board of Education and District Cabinet members. My name is Jim Ariana, Support Principal at Don Julian School. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak today and present some of our great data that our school sites are showing. We would like to share some progress from our Diagnostic 1 and Diagnostic 2 iReady, specific to our school sites now. So this first slide or this first document shows our specific growth on each level that Dr. Kennard just shared. So you see the bottom numbers that are in parentheses right there show where each level we have shown improvement. So our highest level, our mid to above grade level went from a 9% to a 17%. Our second highest level went from 13 to 18. So we're showing improvement throughout. That very bottom slide, you can also see our increase where we increased our student population to 22% that are now at or above grade level up to 35%. So we're showing tremendous growth. And this is in the reading section of the iReady diagnostic. The second slide now goes to our grades, and we broke it down, being that we're a TK through 8, we broke it down by grade level. So each slide, this first slide is grades 1 through 2, as Kinder and TK do not test in iReady. But our first slide, again, shows the improvement areas. As you look at the top of grade level 1, where the diagnostic report is and what the percentage of our students are at across the board. You see we have no students currently that are 3 levels, obviously below that they're first or second grade, but our improvement from, I'll give you an example, from 17% of our students 2 grade levels or below down to 2%, right? Our second grade moved from 6% at early on grade level up to 15%. So showing some improvement to those grade levels. Next slide is grades 3 through 5. Again, the same type of data, and you see the difference between Diagnostic 1 and Diagnostic 2 per grade level. We saw some tremendous growth, even just looking at our top 2 levels, which are early on grade level, mid to above grade level, the first 2 sections right there, had 24% of our students in that level. We now have 43%. So that number almost doubled just based off of our first to second diagnostic. So all the data right there shows tremendous growth throughout for grades 3 through 5 as well. Our final slide, or our next slide, I should say, also in reading, grades 6 through 8. There it is. Again, the same data, looking at our 6th graders who went from 20% of our students are in the first 2 categories right there, mid or above grade level and early on grade level. From 20% to 34% of our students have moved to that, to those top 2 levels in the 6th grade. A 7th grade and 8th grade also showed tremendous improvement, as you can see the data right above me. And that's our reading part of our iReady diagnostic. Our next slide is our math. Again, some improvement. We still are looking to continue to grow in our area of mathematics school-wide, but we still had some improvement. The bottom part of that slide right here with our math diagnostic placement shows an increase of 13% of students who were at or above grade level, and that percentage has moved up 10% to now 23%. Okay, those yellow and you can see the decrease, right, from 87% of our students that were below grade level down to 77%. So again, that's a 10% increase of students moving across that we want to move to the left, to the green and the bright green areas. Right, so as we look at a few of our math grade level slides, they're very identical to our math, our reading slides. Again, first grade, these are what the numbers and the percentages look like. 2%, 4% total that are at the top two levels, that has moved up to 11%. So again, a slight improvement, but we're continuing to grow at these grade levels as well. Grades 3 and 5, again, the same opportunities. You can see grades 3, we had no students that were at that top level, and we moved 2%, small improvement, but it's showing some growth. And overall, again, for grades 3, 5% of our students were at that first and second level, and that's now up to 14%. Within grades 4, there was at 14%, and we moved up a little bit to 21%. So showing increase again throughout grades 3 and 5. The last slide here, or the next slide, I should say, in math, grades 6 through 8. Looking at, for example, 6th grade, top two levels, 14% on the top two levels of early on grade level or mid to above grade level. And that number has moved to 28%. So that number has doubled. Okay. Our 8th grade, for example, right there, 29% were at the top two levels. And that number has now moved to 45%. So a big increase and a big growth right there in those top two levels. Our last slide tonight, and some of the actions that are contributing to our growth. And these are some of the things that we currently do at Don Julian, as well as some of the other schools in the district, to help improve these scores throughout iReady. So on the column on the left, it shows our actions for contributing to growth. And these are the things that we currently do that we feel are part of the reason why we're experiencing these growth areas. Number 1, the use of common and formative assessments. Number 2, frequent analysis and data and RTI groupings. We meet on Wednesdays, do either staff development or our PLCs, and we'll meet within grade levels, and they talk about our RTI groupings. Our RTI is our response to intervention, where students work at grade level. We're constantly looking at the data and at the numbers to see which students can move up and down within that RTI grouping. So we're constantly looking at that as much as we can within the grade level, sometimes across grade levels, to see what we can do to improve those groups. We have instructional aids and many more instructional aids in the classroom that if you ever happen to come by during an RTI time in class, you'll see our students broken up into small groups, the teacher working with a group, an instructional aid working with a small group, and maybe a small group working independently, and they rotate throughout their centers throughout that RTI time. Grade level PLCs, again, that's a big for us. Like we have one again tomorrow on our Wednesday meetings, and tomorrow's a PLC day where we're looking at data from our iReady scores as well as benchmark scores, and I'm always constantly looking at ways to increase our scores. The last one is a little bit specific to us in some of our grade levels. It's called Starbucks time, and it's used as an incentive for our young kids and for some of our classes. So our teachers set goals for students, and if they reach those goals throughout the week, they get a 30-minute kind of free time at the end of the week on Friday to kind of do some fun activities within the classroom. So it's incentive-based, but we're finding that it's working throughout our campus and with some of our classrooms, and we're looking to add to that. So incentivizing some things to students sometimes help motivate them, and that's something that we're seeing some success with throughout our classrooms right now at Don Julian. Our next areas, our actions that we would want to address for areas of needs, refinement of RTI, and look at how we can improve that. I have an excellent TOSA, Miss Amy Ariola, who helped me with all of our data tonight. She and I are constantly talking and communicating about the best practices for our RTI grouping, but not only that, but our best placement for our instructional aides and which classrooms need the most assistance. So we are constantly communicating. She's a tremendous help. She's brilliant, so she helps us out tremendously in that area. Continuing to use data to drive our conversations and collaborations within those PLC groups with among our staff. And then continuing our after-school interventions. We have several teachers that are doing after-school tutoring to help students as well. And that has helped us tremendously. And finally, we just all completed all of the elementary school principals data chats, or we're in the process of finishing up data chats with all of our individual teachers, one-on-one, a 15-20-minute period for us to talk and collaborate and kind of see what has worked, what hasn't, and what we can do to continue to improve. All right. That is the end of my portion of the presentation. I would like to introduce Mr. Liao, the principal at Edgewood.
All right, thank you, Mr. Arias. Good evening, Madam Board President Flores, Bassett Unified School District Board, district cabinet members, and Bassett community. My name is Marco Leal. I'm the proud principal of Edgewood Academy. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here tonight to present and share some of the great data that we have at Edgewood. I do want to share some of the progress that Edgewood has shown from Diagnostic 1 to Diagnostic 2. So looking at the slides you have or on the screen, what you will see is our data, or the way it's presented on my slides. It is actually inverted. So Diagnostic 2 is at the top. It is the one that has a little more bright color. Diagnostic 1 is the lighter color. So if you think about the grade 1 as a whole, that's the entire bar. What we want to see from Diagnostic 1 to Diagnostic 2 is growth. So where we would like to see that band increase, for example, is the green or the shaded green area. And we want to see the yellow and the red, of course, getting smaller in size as we progress through the school year. So if you can see in first grade, just alone in the green, we more than doubled in first grade. Second grade as well, we're looking at, just about doubling, actually a little bit more than doubling there as far as students that are at or above grade level. Of course, still looking at students that are below grade level, we want to make sure that we're addressing those, and I'll speak to that in a few slides as we get to there. So both first and second grade showing double the students at or above grade level. So that was actually for reading. This is for math, and you can see also the increase here as well. Looking at the students that are 3 or more grade levels, and I want to point out here for first and second grade in math, that if you notice the very far column of percentages, we have actually 0% in first and second grade that are 3 or more grade levels below, which is definitely outstanding, considering coming out of the pandemic and things like that. We still want to address the students that are still below grade level, but I do want to highlight that point there. Again, showing growth in the green area in both first and second grade math, again, more than doubling. This is reading for grades 3 through 5. So again, looking at the green, we showed growth in every single grade level. Third, and on this particular slide, you see third grade has a little more growth in students at or above grade level. Fifth, having the smaller growths, but still growth, or still progress. The amount in the yellow and red is significantly reduced as well. So we are seeing, again, if you're considering the entire grade level, the number of students in that grade level, we are seeing the shift from those students that are possibly in yellow or red shifting over to the green, or from red to yellow, yellow to green. So of course, we want to be able to see that progress. This is math for grades 3 through 5. Again, looking at the different colors, you can see that in 3rd grade, again, math more than doubled. The 4th grade, nearly doubled, but we have still some. The yellow you see increased significantly from in 4th grade from first diagnostic to second diagnostic, but the red also decreased. So of course, we want to see that shift, moving from those that are below grade level to 2 to 3 years below grade level, shifting to maybe 1 grade below, 1 year below grade level, and then of course to at or above grade level. So you see the significant change, the significant trend across every grade level thus far. Grades 6 through 8. So here we're looking at reading. Still growth, a little less compared to the lower grades, but still we're seeing growth in the green areas, the green shaded areas, seeing growth in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in reading. And then looking at math in grades 6, 7, and 8, again, we are seeing growth. 8th grade math, we do see it's very small growth, but we are still seeing the growth. So of course, we want to be able to address that. And in the next slides, I'll be discussing how we will be addressing those things, or what we're doing currently to make sure that we're supporting our students and addressing how we can support the growth. So this gives a breakdown a little more in detail. So again, if you reference back to the bar graphs, the green is where we want to see definitely an increase, right? We want to see the students that are at or above grade level. The yellow and red, those are the numbers that we want to see reduced. So that's why you see the plus, for example, 1st grade plus 21. In the yellow, that's 1 year below, we're looking at a drop of 17% and 5% 2 or more grade levels below. So that means the number of students in those categories dropped by that percentage. That means they shifted over at least one performance strand. So you can see we're seeing significant amount of progress for at or above grade level. Some in the 20s, definitely some in the teens as well. Some in the lower single-digit percentage increase, but we are seeing that. Some actions contributing to this growth. So similar to what Mr. Arianes was saying, we do use common informative assessments. We do have frequent analysis of data using our PLC time to look at our groupings for RTI, that's a response to intervention, looking at our groupings, making sure that our students are getting the support they need for those basic skills, whether it's reading, whether it's mathematics. In this particular slide, we're talking about reading. So making sure that they're receiving the practice with vocabulary, for example. We have instructional aids in the classroom to support with RTI. So we have 2 instructional aids that support with actually kinder through 3rd grade, 2 that rotate throughout the day. Every single day they see a group of students in every grade level, and then 2 instructional aids in grades 4 and 5 that also rotate through the different classes and see students on a daily basis to support with that RTI process. The grade level PLCs for data analysis and collaboration. This is looking at teachers collaborating by grade level to make sure that the needs that students have to address these basic skills are being addressed. They're grouped together, and we're supporting those students, whether it's with a teacher in a small group, supporting the students that need the most help, the most support, or the instructional aid supporting them with additional support and activities that they can go ahead and grow. Actions to address the needs. Again, we're constantly refining the RTI best practices. So that is collaborating among grade levels and also vertically articulating. So for example, 3rd and 4th grade teachers meet together to make sure that they're preparing, for example, third grade teachers are preparing students in order to be ready for fourth grade, and vice versa. Fourth grade teachers sharing some of the concerns that they see with their incoming fourth graders, for example. That way they can be addressed in third grade. We have data-driven conversations and collaboration. We do have after-school intervention, and we are continuing that. We have data chats. So I just met with all of my teachers a few weeks ago. 15, 20 minutes also to look at things like iReady or benchmarks, different assessments that they use, common formative assessments that they use in the classroom to make sure that we can address any needs that they have as teachers as far as support that they might need in the classroom, and also supporting our students. Our focus moving into the third trimester is going to be vocabulary and informational text. This is something that our iReady diagnostic performance tests have been able to show that this is an area that our students could use additional support. So that will guide the instruction, that will guide the RTI process, and by third trimester, students will be able to perform at that level to hopefully continue showing that growth. Looking at math, and sorry, I'm not sure why the chart kind of covered up the math there. But again, you're seeing the growth, double digits, some in the 20s, some in the low teens, for just about every grade level. And again, some actions contributing, and you'll see some of the actions are very similar to what we have in the reading. But the common formative assessments, the analysis of data and RTI groupings. So this is a constant. And this is a conversation that, you know, as administrator at a site, teachers during PLCs, we have that constant conversation of how can we best support our students? You know, because what we want is for them to be able to grow. There are basic skills that they need to learn. Once they learn that skill, now they no longer need to be maybe in the intense group. Now they can move into a different group during the RTI process, and it can change. So they can be in the more intense group, for example, one RTI rotation, and they can be in a different one for a different RTI rotation, but based on the curriculum and lesson standards at the time. The instructional aids are in the classroom again to support. It's both for reading and math. The grade level PLCs, as I mentioned, for data analysis, collaboration, and the RTI restructuring. We are refining the RTI practices constantly, as I mentioned. We are using the data like this or other common formative assessments to drive the conversations and look at what areas we want to support students and what basic skills our students need the additional support in. And those are areas, for example, that we target during the after-school intervention that we are continuing. The data chats, as I mentioned in the previous slide, and we do have our math TOSA, who is also supporting our students with both pushing into the classroom and also pulling students out in small groups, meeting with them, and those addressing those needs for those students. Our focus in math for the third trimester is going to be geometry, and this is something that our students will be learning in the third trimester. So this will be our area of focus. I think that was my last slide. Yes, up next, I will introduce Mrs. Megan Esther.
Okay, Mr. Leah.
One moment, please.
That's right.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Board Member Stenziani.
Actually, it's the question I have for you would be for everybody because I did all the charts. The question I have for you is you mentioned data chats with you and your teachers, which is fabulous. It's very good focusing. Have you thought of doing it with your upper graders? With the teachers working with the data chats with their students individually, showing them the data, showing them their strengths and their weaknesses. It can be very powerful with so many graders.
We are definitely.
Yeah, because you do it, and you know how powerful it is with your teachers.
Yeah.
Take it down, they're able to do it, we do it from fifth grade up. So it's very empowering to students. But as much as, and while I completely appreciate all the work that everybody is going to, I'm still incredibly concerned about the double digits in 2-3 grade levels below. what, and I would have wished that you would have disaggregated in these RSP students from these numbers, because I'm guessing this includes your RSP students, and that really colors things. So next time, could you please disaggregate those kids, because you'll have a whole other picture of your school. That being said, if they are not RSP students, what kind of intervention are you doing SFTs or SSTs with these kids?
Almost daily at our site. I mean, we have SSDs all the
Okay,
time, all the time. With our counselor, the teachers, sometimes if the teacher's available, the parent and the student. Yes, we're constantly holding SSDs when we see academic deficiencies within students. Yes, obviously before anything else, that's one of our first steps.
And looking at some of these high numbers in 1, 2, and 2 and 3 grade levels behind, if these students aren't on IEPs, have you gone up the RTI chart and kind of assessed?
Yes, so I can speak to that, beginning with the SST process. So that is,
That's
you know,
what zeros in that category.
So no, well, we do have, we have the SST process, and then we do continue to show support for our students. If it needs to come to an additional SST and follow up with data to provide possible assessment for special education, that's something that we look at. Or look at supporting students through the 504 process, if that's an area that we need to be able to support with through accommodations for them. But yes, it's part of that constant conversation.
I figured you did. I just wanted to have it spoken so everybody knew what you were doing. And next time, if you could possibly just take out all those kids on IEPs, so we could get a real good picture of children that you're being schools. So thank you so much. And ahead of time, I'm going to say, after looking at these charts, it's pretty impressive that you're moving kids in today, this day and age of education, because it's not real easy. There's reports all over the news right now. But thank you ahead of time for everybody.
I do have a follow-up question for Mr. Leon, actually.
Yes.
I think the focus is geometry. Is that a comparable course that we taught at high school?
So they're geometry concepts that they are taught as part of the third trimester curriculum. So as far as in regards to the pacing guide, for example, the standards that are being taught in the third trimester. So that's why it's an area of focus for our third trimester.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, Board President, USD Board of Education and District Cabinet members. My name is Megan Ascar, and I'm the proud principal of Suncrest Elementary. So as you can see, and my colleagues have laid out so kindly before us, you're seeing the same data. Definitely you want to see the areas in red decrease, and in yellow decrease, and in green increase. The first slide that I just showed was our reading information, and the second slide here is our math information and data. Again, it's the same idea of looking at the red getting smaller, hopefully the yellow getting smaller, and your green growing larger. So I'd like to focus actually on the next couple of slides where it does show our percentile breakdown. And you want to see lots of positives in the green, and that's what the numbers are representing there. There is a typo on that first column in first grade. That should be a decrease or -18, because we've had a decrease of 18%, which is what you want to see in both the yellow and red columns. You want to see decreases in that, which shows that your students are growing. So this one focuses on reading. And much like my colleague shared before, the PLC meetings are very key to these conversations and to address also some of the questions that you brought to us today about how we're supporting the students and possibly identifying them for need for further support beyond the RTI groups and the intervention in class or the intervention that our TOSA does. So yes, in that process, you might have those conversations that come up where you need to start thinking about giving students, having SSTs, and possibly identifying students to be assessed later on down the line, usually getting into more the third, fourth, and fifth grade levels. We are also making sure that our teachers are doing common formative assessments to reflect on student needs, to support also the growth that we see. So it's not only supporting their needs, but supporting their successes and possible enrichment. We're monitoring and adjusting our ITI groups regularly through these PLC meetings, and they do take place on Wednesdays. We are also looking at small group instruction, also with instructional assistant support. So under the guidance of their teacher and working with our instructional assistants. And of course, our TOSA small group support. This here reflects our math, and again, it really does work the same way where you want to see decreases in your yellow and red columns and increases in your green columns. I'm really happy to see the data on both of these slides. When we see it broken down this way, makes it a little bit more easy for us as site leaders to have conversations about what we really need to see and where we want to also celebrate. Again, the same thing that we're doing in reading is also what we're doing in math through our PLC meetings, through the monitoring and adjusting of our ITI groups. We're also having regular use of our next generation math program, which I really think has contributed greatly to the decrease in both the red and the yellow columns. We are also continuing to look at our small group instruction. And in addition, we're going to be starting some after school tutoring to focus on our math needs, because we do know that there is a strong need for additional math support beyond the school day. So areas of focus at Sunkist, we want to, in ELA, particularly in the reading area that you saw represented in the previous slides, is we want to focus on overall reading comprehension, particularly in informational text. That's the area where we notice the students have the greatest need, which is fairly common. You know, we know that our children need to be reading more and more nonfiction so that they can show progress in informational text. In the math domains, we want to focus on measurement and data and geometry. And these areas are definitely focused on in the pacing guide on the third trimester. So I hope to see the growth at the end of the school year in these areas in particular. The other thing that I'd like to highlight is our targeted interventions. They're very important that we recognize that we're doing them both in school, in small group instruction, whether it be in the classroom or with our TOSA support, and also the after school tutoring for our math students. And I didn't add it there, but we've also been holding data chats with our teachers at Sunkist. I have been. And then I would like to note also to the question that was asked earlier that we are doing data chats with our students in 3rd through 5th grade. So our teachers do discuss this data, and they have different types of goal sheets they use with the students so that they can track and monitor their progress. They've been doing that since the beginning of the school year. Thank you. I would like to now introduce Ms. Paredes, the principal of Van Wyck.
Good evening, Madam Board President, Bassett Unified School Board of Education and District Cabinet members. My name is Jennifer Paredes and I'm the proud principal of Van Wyck Elementary. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present tonight and share some great data from our school sites this evening. We'd like to share some progress from our iReady Diagnostic 1 and 2 and what's happening at Van Wyck. So the same way my colleagues shared, we're looking at increasing the green, and same as Mrs. Scare, the Diagnostic 1 is on the bottom and Diagnostic 2 is on the top. And so our numbers in green have increased. So in reading, 1st through 4th grade have gone up double digits, so anywhere from 11% to 17%. And 5th grade went up 2% in reading. And then also in math, our digits, our green has also increased from 8% to 14% in all grade levels. And we've lowered the red and decreased by 27%, moving from red to yellow or from yellow to green in math. And that's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade. And that, I think that's attributed to, we started the 1st trimester with math RTI. So it was structured, very strategic math RTI with our TOSA. And she, especially our 3rd grade, she was doing RTI and then also pulling small groups that were still struggling and doing small group intervention with our 3rd graders. So I think that's what really influenced those numbers. And so our red has decreased. So you can see right here, we had a 13% increase in reading in 1st grade, 14% in 2nd, 17% in 3rd, 11% in 4th, and 2% in 5th in reading. And then our math is on the next one is 10%, 10%, 13, 14, and 8. So we are moving in the right direction. We have, we still have a lot of growth to do. The 27 and the 2 or more below, that means 27% of our students moved out of red. That's what that means. So I'm very happy to see that. It attributes to the PLCs. Again, this is what we've been doing. Our actions for growth and our focus will continue to be the same. So continuous CFAs to check for mastery and reteach when needed. Targeted RTI rotations. And the way we do ours is we do grade level span. So TKK, first, second, and then third, fourth, third by itself, and then fourth and fifth, and they do it twice a week for 45 minutes. And then also refinement of our RTI cycles based on CFA data. We adjust our RTI groupings as needed, so our groupings are fluid. So it's really, we give the kids a test. If they got it, then they're able to move on and they're not staying in the same RTI group. And then PLC planning is huge. That's, across the district that they're looking at iReady data, CFAs, having a lot of conversations about share, their students, getting into the mindset that they're all our students and they don't just belong to one teacher. So that's been really big at Runway. And then Artosa has been doing a lot of small group support, both in ELA and math. So she's been pulling small groups of students that teachers are recommending if they need whatever skill, reading or math. She's pulling them out on top of RTI. This is another support group that's being done at Runway. And then we also had after school interventions, both in reading and math. Again, strategic, really looking at what skills and standards the students are lacking in and really focusing on those skills for the interventions. So, and that's it for me. And I'm going to introduce my colleague, Dr. Maldonado.
Are the schools still doing accelerated reading?
Yes.
All of them? And do they, and do they, Dr. Kennard, do they have the PLCs for district-wide grade level or just for their schools?
So on the first Monday of the month, well, on one of the Wednesdays, we have district-wide professional development, and we have it with the grade level groups. We were doing that during the pandemic, virtual. Now we have, and then after that, they have grade level by their at the sites. So they have one Wednesday a month across the district. Grade level two, and then the other two are at their sites, and the last one will be a staff meeting. That's the structure of the Wednesday for the BS.
Yeah, that way you could get ideas from each other and see where they're going. That's great. Thank you.
Good evening, is this on?
Now they're coming
I'm gonna be loud on the computer. And good evening, Board President Ms. Flores, members of the board, extended cabinet, community, and all of us here in the crowd. So I'm Dr. Maldonado, Ms. Maldonado, principal of Torch Middle School, and I'm here to share some data with you. If you look at the slide that I have projected here, what I did is a snapshot of across the board, not diagnostic 1 to diagnostic 2. As my colleagues have said, we've seen a lot of growth in all the bands. For example, in 7th grade, we had a jump from 22 to 34% of students who are on or above grade level. But you also see in the red that a lot of our students, are not at grade level. We have 45% of our 6th graders are not on grade level. But that's a huge jump from before. We were 57% were not at grade level. So we're making incremental jumps, but it is incremental growth, but we are getting there in the reading. If we go to mathematics, which is my next slide. Same thing, you'll see growth across the board, but the growth here is a little slower, right? Because math is a little harder. But we are making progress across the board. And I'm going to show you this very next slide, which kind of breaks it down for you. If you look across the board in reading and in mathematics, there's been increases in every single area in the percentage of students who are at or above grade level. The biggest percentage increase you can see is in reading in 8th grade. There's a 12% increase in students who are at or above grade level. But if you go the inverse in mathematics, only 2% increase, right? But if you look at 7th grade in mathematics, there's a 13% increase. So this is a breakdown of the students who are actually on grade level or beyond. And what are we doing as a school? So we have our instructional alignment. We have common formative assessments. Our RTI is tied to common formative assessment. So our focus for the whole entire school year has been on mathematics. So our students we actually make a physical change in our school schedule, through our middle school, every 6 to 8 weeks, where the grade level teams will work with our counselor and they move the student schedules according to whatever area they're focusing on in the grade level. So amongst the 4 teachers, they split them up. And we have one for acceleration and then the other one for remediation and whatever area they might need. So that's what we do during our TI time. Our PLC time is, a sacred time that the teachers are using to really refine their instructional practices, talk about what's working, look at the data. We do a lot of reading, like mathematical practices, for example, and things to refine their practice and increase their pedagogy as instructional in the world of instruction. As a school, something that I'm really proud of is we've identified signature strategies that you'll see in every single classroom, which is races and cubes. So in ELA, you'll see the races strategy, which is a strategy that they use to annotate text, right? And then in math, you'll see cubes, right? And all across in every single math class, which is a way for us to really look at a math program, because we know that math is not language heavy. But we have a lot of ELs, right? We have a lot of SPED students, and the language becomes a barrier. So as a school, we've adopted cubes where teachers actually will teach, all the kids know it, it's projected, so they know how to intentionally break down a problem, which is gonna help us, we believe, as students, progress not only in the benchmark, but for SBAC as well. We have, like I said earlier, targeted RTI rotations, and that's what we're doing, that's working really well. We also have after school intervention, and our intervention is in mathematics, ELA, and we also just added a brand new offering through our TOSA, our reading TOSA. She's doing lyrics and reading, and she's teaching reading through music. And the kids are really enjoying it and how to break down the language. And she's actually comes to us from the community colleges, and she was a reading specialist. So she has a proven record of doing this. So she's doing this with our kids. And we're targeting students, our ELD students, and our kids are at the most at risk. And we're asking their families to let them come and come after school for that. That's working really well for us. Areas of focus, right? What are things that we need to work on? Like I said, we still have a lot of red, right? That's like the elephant in the room. We're making increases, but we're still halfway there. That's not good enough for us, right? So what are we doing? We have a targeted intervention, we have tutoring, we have math intervention, right? We have math tutoring 3 times a week at Torch after school, and it's drop-in, and we also do referrals, so kids that really need it, like through the SSD process, we will require them to go. And I think if you saw the jump that 7th grade did, they had the highest jump in the number of students that were at a grade level. And it's because that grade level really took off with next generation math as a way to teach the standards. So it's very standard aligned, and it's kind of bleeding out into the other departments now. We're constantly refining our PLC cycle, like what does it look like to have a full cycle, right? Instructional cycle. And our students do data dives. We call them not data chats, we call them data dives. Where we look at data continuously. They track their data on iReady. They have data trackers that they use to track their own progress. And we focus, and they focus not on the completion of iReady minutes, but the completion of the lessons. How many lessons have you actually finished and at what proficiency level? And that's tied to the data tracker. And all of our kids know this, and they know the language of it. They go through it and they set their own goals for each that's aligned to each PLC cycle. So it's all kind of aligned. And like I said, my last point is that we focus on lesson completion and not on the number of minutes that we finish. So that's kind of what we're doing in that book. Okay. I'm tired to talk fast as it is, and like that. So now I'm introducing Mr. Lasky.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Good evening, Madam Board President, Flores, board members of the Board of Education, and Cabinet, Senate Cabinet, and our community. Gives me great pleasure to be here. My name is Hector Vasquez. I am the proud principal at Bassett High School. So ours is a little bit different at the high school. I wanted to share our benchmark, a glimpse at our benchmark data. So our benchmark data is not as comparable as the iReady data that my colleagues shared, because their test is exactly the same from quarter 1 to quarter 2. So you can actually really compare the growth. Here, the benchmarks are actually progressive or they build upon each other. So the quarter one benchmark is not going to look like the quarter two benchmark because they build on each other. They're different standards, they're different standards that they teach. So although they're not, you can't compare them apples to apples, I still wanted to share some of the data. And one of the things that we're very proud of, especially me as a principal at Bassett, is that we've increased our participation rate with benchmarks, having the minimum 95% of our students. Most of our subjects are 100% participation, which gives us great data for our work. This year, quarter one, for English language arts, the grade level that had the biggest increase, which was 10%, increase was actually 12th grade students. And these are the same students that took the 11th grade SBAC last year. So there's a little bit of comparison we can do, but again, there's too many variables. In math, the biggest jump was actually in our foundations class, which makes me very, very happy because this is something that we've been working for the last 3 years. It's a brand new class that we just started 2 years ago. And remember, this is a bridge class in the 9th grade for the students that are coming in at very, very far below grade level. So for the foundation class to actually have the highest percentage of increase, which is 24% from quarter one to quarter two, is very, very positive. Moving on, I wanted to give you guys the 4 core. In science, the ones that take the benchmarks, the one that had the highest jump was integrated 2, which for me was very positive because those are usually our sophomores, which had a 28% increase. Again, we're not comparing apples to apples, but I'm still very happy with that 28% increase. And then in social studies, there's only 2 that take the benchmark. And out of the 2, modern world history had a 23% increase, which again, it's our sophomores, which is very, very, it's very good for us because they're the ones that are going to be going into the 11th grade and taking the SBAC score exams next year. With that, the contributing factors that we think for the areas of growth, common preps. So all of our English teachers have a common prep at the high school. All of our math teachers have a common prep at the high school, which they take to meet on a daily basis. We were a little bit more intentional, more specific this year, where all of our math teachers have first period off. And the reason I did that was because, like at any high school, we struggle with first period tardies. Well, I didn't want any of our students to be tardy to first period. So I said, we're not having any math classes during first period. So they're all going to their math classes. And then ELA for English language arts, I gave them 6 period off because a lot of our students at the high school are athletes, or they have something to do right after, at the end of the day. So I didn't want them missing English for athletics. So I gave them 6 period athletics. So very intentional. Also contributing are our designated PLC times, which we have twice a month on Mondays. School-wide instructional theme. So as a staff, students, parents, we decided that this year as a school, we were going to focus on engagement. Coming out of the pandemic and transitioning year, we felt that was going to be an umbrella theme. And then our foci for the year. Again, as a staff, students and parents, they all contributed. We decided to focus on PBL, again, with the umbrella of engagement. Happy to say that this Thursday, I invite you guys to come to our open house. It's from 6 to 8. And what you'll see is our first PBL project by department. So all of the departments are going to be sharing PBLs presented mostly by the students. So hopefully you guys can make it from 6 to 8 at the high school. Another one of our foci is PBIS. Again, getting our students connected. How do we reteach the structure of the day-to-day operations? So engagement, it's very much teacher driven. So what that means is we surveyed our students and we asked which are the most engaging teachers on our campus. Once we determined the department that was the most engaging and had the best strategies, then we had that department already present to the rest of the staff on the engagement strategies that they used, demonstrated, and then they were able to be there for our teachers if they had any questions. So those are our contributing factors. Using the same data for the benchmarks, keeping the theme of my colleagues, the areas of focus for within the departments, like, for example, English language arts, 11th grade had the biggest decline in percentage. Again, we're not comparing apples to apples, but they did decline 9%. Math, it was our integrated one, which are our freshmen. They had a decline of 16%. And then in science and social studies, integrated 3 in science had the biggest decrease at 13%. And in social studies or social science, it was US history with 7% decrease. Some of the areas that we're going to focus on to help are we have begun targeted before and after school interventions. What I mean by that is if a student needs assistance or an intervention, the counselors or the teachers themselves can refer to 6 specific teachers. So for math, I have 1 designated teacher. For English, 1 designated teacher, science, social studies, special education, and ELD. We came up with a schedule, and these teachers are either available before school or after school, and the students are referred to these students, and the teachers that are providing the intervention reach out to the teachers that the students come from and really find out what the deficit is or what the improvement needs to be. Student data dives by PLCs. Again, we have 2 PLCs per month where 2 meetings where they meet and really take a look at this data that we're going over. Our student focus groups to identify best practices. We continue to meet with separate groups, different groups on campus, and really want to know from them what is working in the classrooms so we can duplicate those best practices. And they continue the site professional development to include feedback from students, teachers, and parent groups. And then lastly, continue the foci for next year, which is PBL, PBIS, and student engagement. Thank you very much.
So this is the conclusion of our presentation. Thank you very much. I just really would like to thank our principals who have worked so tirelessly. They're doing their daily chats with their teachers. They're this is difficult work, but they're doing it, and I just thank them all for all the hard work and all the benefit that our students are receiving from us. The next steps is that iReady Diagnostic 3 will take place between April 10th through 21st. We will continue to monitor our progress through data analysis and the implementation of our RGI practices. And our iReady supplemental program is available to students both during the day at school and for use at home. Once again, we thank you. I'd like to just lastly mention that the structure that we have in place currently that allows our teachers to collaborate 2 days a month on our early release Wednesdays and 1 day a month. It's structured into all of our schedules. It is what we do here at Bassett, and it's been really proving to be successful. The leaders are taking it and running with it. We're working with our ILTs, the leadership on the campus, and leading that. And then we also have our TOSAs, our new TOSAs and instructional aides, new staff that are really making a difference on the campuses and for our students. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gar. And again, thank you so much to all the principals and Thank you too, yeah. I want to thank all the principals. They were great presentations. I especially want to congratulate Torch for getting designated as a school to watch. They had a great job. And thank you all of you. Did a great job.
I have a few questions. I'm looking at the data and, there's some patches of good news. I also look at our CAS scores for the last, and I data back to 2015 to see the trends. And, as I look at them, it seems like we're back to the 2015 scores, right? I get it. We're in a pandemic. I get COVID. There was some learning loss and so on. I think what I'm trying to figure out is the programs that we currently have right now, in our the assessment tools that we're using. Do we believe that we're actually investing on assessment programs that are really going to help us improve when it comes to improving our CAS scores, or is it just another program that we're just throwing out there? Teachers saying, "Oh, we got to do this again. I don't want to be doing this." I hear that it's being taken serious to an extent with the data talks, data dives, and so on. I kind of want to be reassured, I guess, that we are investing on a program that we're going to end up seeing results with. Because when I look at our CAS scores as a district, and I see that 41% of our kids meet or exceed standards, and when it comes to math, 25%. I'm looking at the other side, that 60% are not meeting or exceeding when it comes to English, and 75% are not meeting or exceeding when it comes to math. And to me, those are red flags, especially when just a few years ago, 32% of our kids were meeting or exceeding, and 45% were meeting or exceeding. So do we think that these, what we're doing at this point is going to help turn that ship around again? I guess it's a little bit hypothetical, but
I absolutely do think that the work that is being put in, it's really not about a program. I would say we do believe that as we work with iReady, with Fidelity, that it is a program that does provide information that helps us drive our instruction. But I think a bigger portion of that, and we have also, I think a couple of them mentioned next generation math. So it's the programs are support. But it's about the teaching, it's about the structure, it's about the fidelity, making sure that we are intervening as needed. So it's a lot of factors that need to happen. I wouldn't put all of our baskets in one program. No, I would say that it is a combination of everything that is taking place. And over time, these celebrations of increase our students are demonstrating are just the beginning. We're just back now. We just have a full team. The structure's in place. So I believe that we're going to see this just continue to increase and grow.
And I'll be honest, and I don't know if I can do this, but I'll always share it. When it comes to evaluating our superintendents, I always focus on academic achievements and if there's been growth. And that's something that I hit on if it hasn't been shown. So I want to make sure that it's also improving, that he has something to show some growth in when it comes to his evaluation as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you everyone for your presentations as well.
Okay. With that said, we'll go back to item 6, section 6, item 1, social studies textbook adoption update.
Well, no, we have to wait. We have to do that. Thank you.
It's committed, but
Board President Flores, board members, superintendent designee, and our Bassett community. Tonight, we will be presenting on our textbook adoption, information regarding our textbook adoption. And I first would like to talk a little bit about the process, the adoption process. So one of the first things that we did was we established an instructional materials review committee. We communicated with our labor partners, our BTA partners, and we let them know the numbers of teachers we needed at each grade level. The PowerPoint is this one here, yes. And then they talked amongst themselves and gave us recommendations for teachers that wanted to participate in this committee. The pilot materials, then we met with the committee and then the teachers, the committee, identified the pilot materials that they would use the materials they will use to pilot with students. We are in that process now, sharing the pilot feedback with the board. That's what we're doing now. We're going to talk a little bit more about that during our presentation. The next phase, once we have this presentation on information to the board, will be the public inspection, and then we will have board approval. So that's the process that we've gone through with our textbook adoption. This next slide lists the teachers that have contributed to the committee members. So in elementary, we have Ms. Madrid and Ms. Smith Rodriguez. In middle school, Mr. London and Ms. Larson. And in high school, Mr. Fitch and Mr. Castellanos. And Mr. Tabite is going to join me now and talk about the piloting programs in the classroom.
Thank you, Dr. Kennard. So in accordance with Education Code Section 60,002, districts shall have substantial teacher involvement in the selection of instructional materials and shall promote the involvement of parents and other members of the community in the selection of materials. So as Dr. Kennard was saying, we had quite a few teachers participate. All teachers from grades 3 through 5 participated in this pilot. Middle school teachers, all middle school teachers who teach social science, and also in the high school social science department, as well as many teachers in TK through second grade levels participated. So from the end of January to about mid-February, they piloted in TK through 8th grade the McGraw-Hill program called Impact. These were the programs chosen by the committee to pilot. And then they moved on to the second pilot, which was from Savas Learning. In high school, that started a little bit later. We had to make sure we had the right text for each of the different courses. So all the teachers who teach world history, US history, economics, and American government participated, and they have completed the Savas Learning pilot, and they're going to be ending at the end of this month the McGraw Hill pilot. And we have met with, starting to get some feedback. We are going to have a meeting early next week to get a better impression of where the teachers who have been, the teachers on the committee, what they're hearing from teachers who are doing the pilot and what their preference would be. But we're already getting some early indications of what that might be. So the next step would be, as Dr. Kennard said, the public inspection.
So the slide that's up now is the flyer or the announcement that we will put forth for public inspection. It shows that the textbook adoption committee has completed the rigorous process. And then we will invite the public to review the materials that were piloted. We'll be at Bassett High School at the Parent Center. And you can see there the hours for public inspection, 3 mornings and 2 afternoons. So I'm trying to make it convenient for parents to come if they're available in the morning or later on in the afternoon. I'm going to transition now. We can answer questions if you have any regarding the social science pilot. If not, I can go ahead and go straight into the world language.
I have a question.
You have a question? Sure.
Thank you, and Mr. Provide for the presentation. I was curious on the high school curriculum, if that's inclusive of the ethnic studies course, textbook adoption.
We did not include ethnic studies in the pilot, but we are getting sample materials from both publishers, and the teachers are reviewing those materials. They did not have an opportunity to pilot them with students, but they are reviewing those sample materials.
Would that still be part of this program where it'll be put on public inspection, then submitted to the board, or would that be a separate process for ethnic studies?
So we haven't gone through the full process for adoption for the ethnic studies, but I think in order to do that, we would need to go through the full process. I would like to make sure that we have everybody that's teaching it and make sure that the full rigorous process is gone through, and we have an adequate opportunity for our teachers to select the materials that they want to pilot, and then have that public inspection at that time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Take on. Yes, okay, world language. So pretty much the process is the same for world language. We have the textbook adoption committee. In this instance, there was only 3 teachers that have world language classes. So we have Ms. Larson at the middle school, and we have our Ms. Ion and Ms. Olo at the high school. Those are the teachers that piloted the programs. And Mr. Delight will take us through the details of our short presentation.
So they piloted 2 different programs at the beginning of the year for about a month. The Vista Higher Learning program, and then also the second pilot from September, the end of September to early November from Carnegie Learning. Again, these were the programs that the committee chose to review, and they piloted those with students in their Spanish classes. And they have, having completed their pilots, they have a recommendation. So the recommendation from the committee is for the Vista Higher Learning series called Senderos for Spanish 1 through 3. And in Voz Alta from Carnegie Learning is for Spanish speakers courses. So they chose a different publisher, different text series for those 2 different classes. And then, of course, the AP Spanish language and culture, they chose a different text that was appropriate for that course. And all of those programs have online materials that go along with them. And again, this process is the same for the public inspection. The public will be invited to come and see these materials on display at the same time as the social studies, so that it's more convenient for parents. And again, some time in the morning and then some in the afternoon, so that hopefully we get a lot of parents involved in reviewing those materials. And after we get all that feedback from the committee and the feedback from the community, then we'll be bringing back to you our final recommendations for both curricular areas, world language and social science, at the regular board meeting on April 25th. And thank you for your attention, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Board, any questions? Board member Shinifel?
Thank you, Madam President. Again, a similar follow-up question. The list that says the world language recommendation and has all the status courses, are they all, they all satisfy the 8 requirements, including the first Spanish one that is practicing middle school, high school?
The middle school is offering an A through G approach course in Spanish. It's currently offering Spanish 1. We're hoping to get Spanish 2 there as well.
Are they offered at all, excuse me, sorry, are they offered at all 3 sites or?
Yeah, it's a specific class course that's at Torch Middle School. That teacher has a credential for that, and so we're fortunate to be able to offer that course at Torch Middle School.
Thank you. It's good to see you come back to Torch. When I was there, that's where I took my first 2 years of Spanish, was at Torch, so it's great having you back.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. Since we've already done item 3, we'll go into item 4, district-wide ventilation HVAC upgrade project.
I believe the presentation was provided. Yeah, they have copies. Did you want us to project the presentation as well? Or you have the, oh, yes, great, thank you. Good evening, Board President Flores, Board of Education, and Executive Cabinet community members. My name is Genesis Vega, and I'm here to present the district-wide ventilation program funded in accordance to the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, also known as ESSER. The presentation before you is also available in Spanish and in English in case anybody in the audience needs a copy. We have those available for you. In October of 2021, the district issued an RFQ for district-wide ventilation and HVAC equipment upgrades, and subsequently selected ENGIE as your energy partner as of April of 2022. Over the last 8 months, our staff in collaboration with the district has identified the units and sites with the most need for HVAC replacement. What you see on this first slide is the previous work that had been done with Prop 39 and bond funding, which covered a few units at Sunkist, Don Julian, Van Wig, in addition to indoor and outdoor lighting, and then the chiller at Bassett High School. And you can see the lighting of the HVAC units were replaced around the image there. The remaining sites, which are shown here on slide 3, reflect the existing condition of the remaining units. You can see wear and tear in the ducts and unit degradation, which is very common with units that are at their end of useful life. So. Oh, go ahead. Thank you. Slide 4 shows the total units in the district As a note, this Excel isn't going to show all the units in their breakdown versus tonnages. The Excel was just too long, so we cut it down. So you'll just see a sample of what the units are, but the total number at the end is accurate. And the district has access to that data in case it's needed. As you saw on the previous slide, many of the units are beyond their useful life, and we noticed a lot of roof-mounted ducts that were corroded and leaking, the condensate drains that weren't draining properly, and then some of the wiring was not up to code. So that's all presented on the existing conditions. Our scope of work for this project would, we're proposing replacement of 167 roof-mounted units, and they would be replaced in kind, so similar to what you have. We would be replacing the corroded roof ducts as needed, replace equipment pads, replace existing condensate drains and routed them to the appropriate receptors, and DSA approval where appropriate as well. The units that are being replaced will also have local HVAC control. So that means that wherever the classroom is, they'll have ability to change the temperature there. As part of our program, we're very excited that we'll be able to host 2 sessions of internships, of paid internships, 10 cohorts, 10 students per cohort, so two cohorts. The summer 2023 cohort will be in partnership with the Leadership in Energy Environmental Design, so LEED certification. The great thing about this is if you have students that are going to be 18 or are 18 when they do the internship, they will be eligible for LEED certification. So the certification they can report. It is going to be $17 an hour. We have to cap it at 22 hours because they are students, but it runs for 7 weeks. And again, we'll have 2 sessions. So the second session, which will be the spring of 2024, that will be when we're actively doing the installation at the district. So the students will get hands-on experience with our engineers on how that process looks like. So they'll be a little different, but students will still have opportunity to apply for them. And that will be, we'll have to work out the logistics on, when you want them to apply and all of that with the district after in the next coming weeks. But these are just the parameters of our internal program. That concludes our presentation, but we're available for any questions. I know you guys pressed for time, so
I don't necessarily have a question, just thank you so much. Since the day I sat in this chair, this has been my charge I wanted HVAC. Where's the HVAC? There were so many bonds we've seen, HVAC, replacement of HVAC, and now it's finally coming to fruition. So I'm very excited. Thank you so much. And I'm happy that our students and staff are going to be in well-ventilated classrooms.
We're happy to do it.
Not this year. She said that there's a supply situation, so not this year, maybe.
Yeah, there
But
is
it's
a
happening.
long
It's
lead
happening.
time. Yes.
We're farther ahead than we were in the past, so I'm happy. And where's my bubble?
Any
I'm
other
sorry.
questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Yes.
Again, to follow up, I do appreciate HVAC finally at Bassett Unified. I do want to follow up with the internship program. I love that that's something that we're offering to our students, and the fact that the paid internship is even greater. I just want to check in, depending on the student's immigration status and the if they're undocumented, would they still be eligible for the internship? That was a loading question, so maybe that's something you all think about and figure that out.
I don't think we.
I do believe they can still be eligible. The process of selecting students generally is that they learn a lot of soft skills in this process. So they have to do a resume, they have to interview. And so, but we work collaboratively with the district. So whatever the district wants, then that's how we set up the selection process.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next we have Maricela with the second interim budget.
Good evening, Board President, board members. Can you hear me? Cabinet and committee in general. Here to present the second interim budget report that is due tomorrow, March 15, to the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Agenda that will be discussed will be the budget cycle, budget certifications, the first interim and second interim, revenues, expenditures, and stabilization plan. And we'll also present WTO projections of the general fund unrestricted. So we're here, we are just a review of how the budget cycle works. We start with the adopted budget on July 1st, and then we have 45 days to do budget revisions based on the state budget enactment. And then we go from there to the first interim, which is due on December 15 with actuals of October 30th. Then we go to the governor's budget proposal, which happened last January. And with that information, the governor's budget proposal, then we also build the second interim. Any adjustments in current year, they're done. Otherwise, we do the budget adjustments for the 2 out years. And again, this budget report is due tomorrow, March 15th. Then from there, we go to the preliminary report, April, which is the development of next fiscal year budget report. And we go through the process, then in May, the state will have its May revision compared to what the proposal in January was. And we use those numbers to finalize the budget adoption for the next fiscal year, which will be 2023-24. So that's how the budget is. And so we're here. We're right in the middle right now. So we're very happy to present a positive certification for Bassett Unified School District, which means the district will meet its financial obligations for the current and the 2 subsequent fiscal years, maintaining a balanced budget for all 3 years. And in the following slides, I'm going to present some differences between the first interim and the second interim. There aren't those many, but nevertheless, we can look into these budget changes. It includes the changes of the state proposal is including increase of COLA versus what was enacted in the 2023 fiscal year, so which was 3.44 COLA for 23-24. The governor has increased to 8.13%. So that would be the new COLA for next fiscal year. And also making changes for the following year, 24-25, from 2.77 to 3.54. That would be the new COLA, 3.54. The enrollment is also a little bit better. You know, we had the projection of 2,909, and so we certified in with the CalPEPS report of 2,923. It's not a lot, but it's better than projection, so it's a positive change. The unduplicated pupil percentage, it's also a positive improvement.
We, from the first term to the second term, current year, from 91.1 to 91.62, and then duplicated, bringing us a little bit more funding for supplemental concentration grants of the local control funding formula. We are projecting an increase also for 23, 24, and 24, 25 from 89.23 to 91. And from 88.35 to 91. So we're hoping that we continue this really nice unduplicated percentage in the out years. We have a little bit of bad news. The attendance report, you know, the attendance, we have 3 reports, P1, P2, and annual. So we just completed the P1 back in January 15, and unfortunately gave us less ADA than projected. So from 91.91% that was projected, the attendance came up to 89.36. The good thing is that it's P1. The data that we're presenting here tonight is the P1, and the one that we get funded is based on the P2 report. So we're hoping that we pick up ADA, and that so that the P2 will come greater. Also, I'd like to mention that the district is making every effort to increase the ADA, providing incentives to students, reviewing the management of the attendance, how the attendance is recorded at every level, from teachers to schools, office staff to district central office. Also, how we're making sure that the attendance is being recorded properly. This slide is also a presentation of the difference of the revenue from first term to the second term and current fiscal year. So because of the increase in COLA, that increase in COLA is incorporated into these projections. In current year, the COLA had not impact, but we had an increase for the local control funding formula of 621,885 because the first principal apportionment from the state is being presented, and by looking at it is giving us that much, 621,000. So we are including this in our budget at this time. The funded ADA, which is, you know, the state give us the opportunity to either account for the greatest ADA, whether it's current year, prior year, or the 3 prior years average. So we're using the prior 3-year average. We had a little bit of an increase in the projection by 37.23. The funding for ADA, you can tell that also increased a little bit, $25.43. So, you know, in this slide, you can tell that all these green numbers is all improvement. So that's good news. The state and local and the general fund contribution remain the same. So we have in this, as of today, for the second year, we have an increase of 621,000 in our revenue projections. For fiscal year 23-24, we are incorporating the 8.13% COLA that the state is proposing. So we changed from 43,732,000 up to 45,032,000. So it's giving us an increase of 1.3 million. in this year, it looks like, our projection would try to be conservative. So we are actually based on the P1 attendance, then we made these adjustments. So we're decreasing the ADA by 14.83. But the funding, you see the funding increases by 535 because of the call increase the state is giving us. So we are projecting that next 23-24 we'll have an additional 1.3 million compared from the first interim compared to the second interim. If the state decides to decrease the COLA, then we'll do the adjustments as needed. So that will be coming up in the May revision report. So the 24-25, we also have a little bit of increase because they also had a little increase in the COLA. So we have $952,000 additional compared to first interim. The funded ADA also was decreased, and but the funding for ADA was up by 570, but that's because the impact of 23-24, 8.13 COLA. So that's why, even though we have less students, less ADA, our per student is higher. The state, local, in general is the same. Now we have changes in expenditures. And I know it's very small numbers. I apologize about that. Most of the expenditures in all 3 years is almost the same, except for the employee benefits that you can see in the 23-24 and 24-25. There is an additional 200 and 271,000. And that's because the helpers increased the returning rate. So that's impacting those 2 years. It's not impacting current year because they did not increase current year, but then the other 2. The other area that we will see a change is in current year in the books and supply services in capital outlay, because as you see, the HVAC project is incorporated in there. So we moved the fund balance for these projects for the supplemental concentration carryover. We moved it into the supplies and services. We had about $141,000 in technology. There's a project that we already have in progress. And of course, the HVAC project that is costing approximately $13,000. So 13 million, sorry. So the combination of funding is by using the general fund balance with the ESSER $3. And so I see this is a breakdown of how we have the 3 projects going on right now. The textbooks adoption, the technology project, and the HVAC. And of course, the district keeps experiencing deficit spending. So we'd like to remind the requirements from the Los Angeles County Office of Education that when we have deficit spending, LACO requires the submission of a fiscal stabilization plan. And this fiscal stabilization plan includes a reduction costs in all areas, including personnel cost management, the reduction in expenditures, material services, capital outlay, and utilizing the fund balance by committing it to stabilization arrangement purposes. This is a summary of the multi-year projections and restricted general fund. Currently, per the second interim, we have 14.32 ending fund balance for current year. 23-24, we have a 14.63, and 24-25 is at 12.62. And this is the fund balance detail. What includes it includes the non-spendable 75.3 thousand. Assign is 10.94 million. And of course, the 3% reserve is required by law, 2.49 million. We have an unassigned ending fund balance of 807,000. And then in the following years, 2024, we have the assigned 12.93 and 1.62 for the 3%, 0 unassigned. And 24-25, we have 0 unassigned as well. We have 1.6 for 3% and 10.9 for the assigned amount. And that concludes the presentation. Do you have any questions?
Does the board have any questions?
Okay.
I have a request. Maybe I didn't say anything yet, probably isn't. You know, I know it sounds probably a bit elementary, but it would be cool if you could have like a pie chart next time around where you kind of cut the percentages of what percentage is spent, I don't know, in certificated staff, and other type of staff, how are other things being used as well.
I'd be happy to
A
do
little bit more of a visual, how you assist a lot of people, but specifically me.
more charts.
So well, not necessarily more, just a pie chart that kind of shows, it's only one page, where our funds are going,
That's
so it
not a
could like be more simple. One, two, you know, I do want to thank you, and your team for a positive budget. You know, there was a time, a few years back, when you believe it or not, that we had qualified budget. And to me, it was a big celebration. We finally got a positive when Santa was here. So I do appreciate that. Deficit spending, right? I mean, that's still ongoing, right?
Yeah, what happens, yes, the district is experiencing the spending, not a critical one.
Right.
No, but it's nevertheless, the expenditures are greater than the revenues, which are protected and covered by the general fund balance.
Yeah. And I think that's something for the public as well to keep in mind. That, I mean, it's still happening. It's been happening for years, of course, but there's still structural deficit spending. But we're still in the positive at this point. So I do appreciate it. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Very happy to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 7, written communications. There is written communications on there. Williams report, this was sent out last month. They sent out in January to all of you. Does anybody have any questions on them? Written communications. Okay, thank you. Moving on to Dr. Alvarez is not here, so superintendent comments, we will take the next one. Item number 10, board member comments. Board member Barajas.
Yeah. Hey, good night to everyone.
Good morning.
Happy Pi Day, everybody. Not pie like apple pie, which is so awesome, but it is a mathematical concept that we celebrate math every year. And so we had math day. It was great fun. Everything that applied to math was up in any job, how math was applied to it. So it was a lot of fun. Plus it was topic Pirate Day for some kids, so that just makes it all. Also happy St. Patrick's Day this coming Friday. I am representing family. When my grandparents first came to these shores, they landed on the East Coast. They ventured out to no man's land where my family thought that my grandfather was killed by Indians. It was quite an adventure to hear what they went through. My mother being 100% Irish, I am named for St. Patrick. Patrice is for St. Patrick. My middle name means Ireland, so I totally represent. But I want to share that just the joy of celebrating anything these days. So whether it's Cinco de Mayo or Pi Day, just go out there and have a really good time and enjoy every second you can. I want to congratulate boys volleyball and whoever else over the high school that's doing great. I have to admit, I am absolutely heartbroken over losing our football coach. I wish we had known. We could have offered him some money or presents or, I don't know, a new car. I don't know. He was a great asset to our boys. They respected him. They worked for him. He called great plays during the game. Just a really top-notch coach. I think he will be missed. I do hope the assistant coaches continue whatever program he had established. There was one comment made tonight that I would want to address. It was said that they don't address students until like third, fourth, and fifth grade before they will do the assessment. By then it's too late. Early assessment or early intervention is best. We all know that. Any educator, any parent knows that early intervention is best. And the law says most appropriate and best placement. It doesn't say see if they get farther and farther behind. By the time you get them in your class, I just got a fourth grader in my class that's reading kindergarten level. I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch them up in 1 year when they couldn't do it in 4. I got a fifth grader at the beginning of the year that was reading first grade level. Early intervention is best. And if they're not taking to the intervention that the teacher or the school provides, maybe they do need to assess. Most good teachers can see that there's something going on with the child. They need to listen to that person or to the parent that comes forward and says, my kid just doesn't get it. They're a great hard worker. And don't wait until 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade to assess. If it's not working, it's not working. Don't let your child get far behind it. I will implore powers that be to please change that mindset and not have the 2 to 3 year discrepancy, because we saw so many kids below grade level where I think some of them are probably on IEPs in these assessment reports, but I'm sure that some of them aren't on IEPs. They've just been forgotten until they're too far behind to make it up. We are responsible for these children. We are responsible for our community, and we are responsible to their parents to give them the best education we can. And I take that very seriously with intervention and supporting our children all over the divergent brain categories. They are the greatest kids in the world. Every day I look forward to it. And I have very short time before I see them again tomorrow morning. So that will be my last statement. Have a great night. Be safe.
As for myself, I just want to say, I think women's really celebrate how to allow women in leadership positions here in the district. Aside from that, I want to acknowledge and celebrate Torch Middle School. They published that they have school to watch. I think it's really powerful, especially with the principal Dr. McDonald, who is a fellow product of the Bassett community. So I personally want to commend her for the leadership she has done in her school, as just being a fellow Olympian. Other than that, I don't have much other reports or comments. I just look forward to continuing meeting everyone here in the district, the staff, the teachers, administration, as I do my visits around video, school sites. So just looking forward to continuing meeting folks, introduce myself, learning what everyone's doing, what everyone's role is here in the community, so that we can continue our focus for the students. Thank you.
Again, congratulations to George for the last time we got the award, the School to Watch Award was in 2008. So it's great that they're moving up again and starting to get these awards. So congratulations to the principal. Under her leadership, the teachers have been doing great, and the students are getting up there. You should see them walking in the morning. They walk very formal, very nice, not like it was before. So it's good to see that, since I live right by Torch. And also, yesterday we had the privilege of attending the Teacher Professional Development Day with Dr. Victor Rios. We learned a lot. I learned a lot. And if we could bring something like that to the parents, it would be great. He came from Oakland, a very important student, went to Nueva Vista, like our colleague right here. Not Nueva Vista, but a continuation, like our colleague here, Mr. Barajas. And he moved on, and a teacher inspired him, and he continued his education, and now he has his doctors from Berkeley, from all these colleges. So, I mean, it's good to see those kind of stories, and for us parents to see what we could and should not do, and maybe help us to help our students not have to go through the long road, to make it easier for them to continue their education. So that was great. Like I said, I learned a lot. So I was very lucky to have been able to attend it. So everybody, thank you for coming and staying, and good night.
Okay, so happy International Women's Month. It's a great month to be recognized. Okay, this month I've had the I have the opportunity to visit 2 campuses for their coffees with the principal. I attended Sunkist with Dr. Alvarez earlier this month, and I got to attend Van Wigs with Dr. Kennard also. Some of the things I just really want to mention, when I'm in those rooms and I look around Van Wig, we believe all students will succeed. Our mission is to prepare every student for college. At Sunkist, we are committed to the belief that every student deserves the opportunity to be educated in a way that prepares them for college if they choose to attend. There's college, there's career paths. Which one do they want? There will be open houses, and so it would be great if everybody can make at least one, or obviously go to your campuses, open house. I'd like to reiterate the congratulations of my colleagues. Congratulations to Torch Middle School for being reassigned to a school to watch. It was a great conference, and we weathered this. We will always have Monterey, okay? With the power outage and everything. In case you all didn't know, Monterey had no power, starting from Thursday night, 10 o'clock, all the way till Saturday morning, 4 a.m., okay? So we're taking cold showers.
And I walk 7 flights of stairs to get out of my room.
So anyway, but you know.
Luggage and all.
So that's why I said we will always have Monterey. One of the things that I really enjoyed about this conference is the dynamics between Principal Maldonado and her team. Excuse me if I don't remember the last names, but it was Cindy Alonso, Rachel Flores, Mr. Torres, and Miss Shamus, Kathy Shamus. Their dynamics were just so great. Clearly, you could tell there's definite teamwork there. It was really nice to see. Monterey Marriott, as I mentioned earlier, there was a blackout. Why do I mention this? Because one of the things I noticed was it became all hands on deck. That's what it was. 600 people attending the conference. That's not to mention even the people that were in the hotel rooms, okay? But all hands on deck. Accounting came out, administration came out. Everybody was there. We saw one gentleman that had been there from Thursday all the way till Saturday when he left. You know, I really appreciated Ms. Maldonado put up, because nothing was working, there was no power. She lays out a picnic on the table for her staff to have, you know, sandwiches. Her fiance brought some sandwiches and stuff, sandwich items. Anyway, but what was really nice was the staff at Monterey. It's teamwork. And that's the teamwork that I would like to see here in Bassett. So when we're looking at ways to cut, where can we find more money for revenue, okay? Where can we cut areas? Let's look at the other side. How can we retain our students? How can we develop programs that will attract more students? Attracting more students, retaining our students will help to raise our revenues. And that's another way to tackle this. Instead of cutting textbooks, instead of cutting facilities, let's look at ways to grow. one of the sessions that I went to, and I appreciate the principals bringing up student data chats. That was something that we had, and I got to talk to Dr. Kennard about programs that we could do that students can come and talk. Everyone, not just our teachers, everyone in their lives has a Victor Rios. Okay? Will you be that Miss Russ? Miss Russ was the teacher that made such a difference in his life. In my world, my everyday work, I have Victor Rios's. And I love being one single, I brag about her constantly. Maybe just not in the political way, but Sasha Perez, councilwoman in Alhambra. She's a graduate of Cal State LA. She was an alumni of Associated Students, which is where I work. We would sit at the board meetings and I would tell her, you're going to be somebody someday. And now look where she's at. She's running for the US Senate. So this is the adult that some kids need to that they're important. So let's be that person for them. If you see one, help them. I'm excited for the student summits and the conversations. I agree with Board Member Rivera that if we could bring some of these things to parents, help parents. Lastly, I want to say May 19th, 20th, and 21 community event, St. Louis of Francis having their fiesta. Please come out and support your local parish. Outside of that, I know everybody wants me to be quiet, so thank you, everybody. Okay, what I do. Now, discussion and action items. If it's okay with the board, can we just approve the 2 resolutions, or do I have to do them separate? Okay, can I get a motion to approve resolution 029-23, supporting K-12 adult education, and a motion to approve resolution 30-23 and 31-23, resolution on board compensation for missed meetings?
I move to approval of resolutions.
Second. Motion by Board Member Barajas and second by Board Member Stanzioni. Okay. Well, I didn't do the other one, huh?
It's.
Okay.
Aye.
We'll do the other ones next. Right. Oh.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, item number 2, resolution 32-23, indoor air quality improvements project and contract with NG Service Use US Incorporated for design and construction. Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Board Member Rivera, second by Board Member Barajas. Can I get a roll call?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the next item is not an approval, does not require an approval, but it is the Bassett swap meet. Board Member Stanzioni, you have the floor.
May I suggest that we move this to another meeting because it has no priority right now and it would, in the interest of time.
Okay. Any motion, please?
No.
Okay. So we are going to move this to another meeting. Okay, item number 4. If you look on your agenda, can I get a motion to, there's 2 candidates here? Pick 2. And you pick 2. But if you have one that you just don't want to, you say it. So let's go with Eileen Miranda Jimenez. Are we okay? Yes, okay. So Christine Lucero? No objection? Okay, so I'll get a motion to nominate Eileen Miranda Jimenez and Christina Lucero to the California Boards Association Delegate Assembly.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Barajas and seconded by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So with that said, we'll move on to consent calendar, item number 11, 12. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull 2.6 for discussion.
To approve the consent calendar with the exception of 2.6.
Second.
Okay, with motion. First and second. I would like to amend that. And because we have spoken of your concerns and your concerns are very, very valid. But in the interest of consistency, would the board be open to take those and apply them across the board? Some of these were already on other safety plans that were previously approved at the last board meeting. So, and again, all the concerns are valid, so I'd like to amend the motion and motion that we direct the superintendent to ensure that your concerns are passed across all safety plans. Because some of the concerns you have were not in other safety plans. Are you okay with that?
Well, actually, I don't know, would that mean that we're passing it? Because I don't want to approve it at all. Because I think it's, I got it, some egregious,
Again,
is missing.
Again, in the interest of consistency, some of the other ones did not have what you are
They
requesting.
don't need some of the things that are indicated because we
Okay.
brought up certain things.
All right, so
So approve the rest of the calendar?
Yeah, because that's on the table.
I do have a second amendment for travel. Okay, attendance, item number 1-2. This includes that Porch Middle School will be traveling to Washington DC. I'd like to make an amendment because, I'd like to offer the board an opportunity to add their name to that for the Washington DC. Yes,
It's not working for me. One second. See.
attendance at conferences, which is again, Porch Middle School will be going to Washington
What were
DC.
the dates?
I think it's June 21st, June 21st and 24th.
One?
It's Washington DC.
I'm trying.
See what try.
I'm sorry.
What date? I think was.
Okay, so that's the second motion. Can I get a motion on that? Okay, so I'm saying that I would like to add my name, but I want you all to have the opportunity to add your name. Okay. Three votes. Okay, so we are adding to that, we're gonna add Dina and to those folks. I'm sorry.
I'll put my name in the hat right now, but we can still pull out, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's just so that.
Okay.
But once your expenses are paid, you will have to reimburse.
Good.
Okay, so we are approving the consent calendar with when we are pulling item number 2.6. And we are amending 1.2 to add board member Flores, board member Rivera, and board member Barajas. Can I get a motion?
May I, just for point of clarification, if all of the points that have been pointed out on the high school safety plan that are left out, would they be added to the current safety plans for elementaries, like the triage versus?
That's what I'm.
Because they're not even mentioned, they don't mention college gases and stuff.
So what I'm saying, that was my amendment to your amendment is that we direct the superintendent to make sure that your points, because they are very valid points, and board member Simental also had some points similar, that we direct the superintendent to make sure that those points are added across the board to have consistency.
I just like, because I like to make a comment that we approved all the other ones. Okay? And looking at Bassett's, it's exactly the same as Torch, and we didn't question Torch, we just passed it. So why are we
It's not
questioning
exactly
that?
the same, because it was.
It's the same,
I
it's
understand,
exactly the same.
respectfully speaking, and we
It's right,
approve the
it's exactly the
consent,
same.
and we'll pull it, and then we'll discuss it. Are you okay with that?
Yes, absolutely.
So you have concerns too.
Yeah, I want to discuss it individually. I'd rather approve consent. And
Yeah.
discuss it.
Okay, so can I get a motion, one more time?
Sorry.
Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar with the amendment that we are pulling item number 2.6 for discussion, and item number 1.2, we are adding the 3 board members
Yeah.
to the travel.
So I
Motion?
think the motion is that, yeah. The amendment.
Motion by board member Barajas, second. Second by board member Schnell-Zioni. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, item number 2.6, board member Stanzioni, the floor is yours.
With a not looking at the original safety plan that was turned in, which just seemed to be a bunch of deados that were given by the front office. It didn't address what you needed for a safety plan with what was redirected to be added to it. I'm not sure what school district they went to get those. They're really good. Except for there were some issues that were inherent they had problems. It doesn't mention, or I'm kind of curious if the incident commander if the incident commanders had training on the incident command system. It's a simple training, but it doesn't say if there's been has the staff been trained in first aid or triage? What materials would they have with them? This is not listed under search and rescue. There's no mention of a back order or a next stabilizer, just VHS staff. They needed things that they need, like tourniquets. When you say you're going to do search and rescue, you usually indicate what sections. And that's not indicated. Is there an agreement with Bassett Park? Because this is not, I don't believe this is on the elementary ones, but this, an alternate location for the high school is mentioned as Bassett Park. Do we have an in writing agreement with them? Torch is our own property, the Bassett, but we would have to have a written agreement, I believe. Which position will individuals assume if they're listed on several of the same levels of need? I know that was one of my concerns when you're commander of the incidents commander and you're also doing communications and you're also doing this. There seems to be a priority that you have to set, as well as people in secondary positions that were in 3 or 4 positions on there. What are the actual words that are said to the intruder? And I'd like to see that. I don't know if our elementary schools have that. I probably should have noted it. There's usually a script available for staff when they encounter these individuals. Is there a known script for individuals who are calling in a threat like an incendiary device? Escape routes are not mapped out for a substitute teacher walking into that is critical to see escape routes, especially at the high school. You've got an elementary school, you've got one way to go. You've got this way, you've got the gate, you've got the field, go to the field. But in high school, you've got this interwoven corridors of which way do you go and upstairs and downstairs. And that kind of map would be extremely important. For the chiefs in the document, that the document references, and this is on the new document, they're not explained. Is there a sealed off high risk area? It's not explained on the map. There's no areas for first aid or triage. They're not noted on the map. The high school stadium is noted, which again is not in the other ones because they don't have a high school stadium. And it's listed, and it looks good when you look at the map of the school. They don't overlap anybody, but it doesn't have other things noted like who's designated to turn off the gas. That's a biggie. During an earthquake, you turn off your gas. Does VHS have triage tags? And the other areas, again, for triage and first aid aren't mapped out. Why does the staff pronounce death in the document? Do they have toe tags? Not to be confused with triage tags. And it is the school that I've been at, because I used to write these things all the time. Why is there specific rooms chosen furthermore, and why was it that room? Does VHS have body bags? I know they did years ago, but I don't know if they still do. With a major disaster and not getting help for hours and or days, where are the supplies located? It's not indicated in there. We all know it's in the C train, but it's not in the document. Has the staff been trained in all of this? Have there been practice of any of these procedures past the monthly fire drills? Having a calendar in the plan of fire drills, earthquake drills and lockdown drills as mandated by Ed Code would be incredibly beneficial. I am and always will be dedicated, incredibly deeply committed to safety of our students and our staff. And that being stated, I find this document to be weighed down with unclear titles, a lack of clear responsibility and descriptions, and inadequate maps. Again, it's just a huge priority for me. Was I nitpicking? I looked at the initial document before it was revised, and it was missing. It was just, I'm not even sure why somebody turned in those papers. When I looked at the new document, I saw a lot of new papers in it that were gathered from, I guess, a good place. They made sense, but there was no connections between a lot of them. And I think when our student safety, our staff safety is at hand, we have to be very clear about it. I wrote the school safety plan at my elementary school for many years, and I worked on a team for many years. There are certain things that you need as a teacher. If you walk in as a substitute, you need to know how to get out of your classroom and where to go. Do they have keys? I know our teachers for years asked if they had keys. We know it's a big issue because too many keys get out, everybody has a key. But do specific people have keys? There's just a lot of unanswered questions in it. That's my moment, sorry.
Madam President. I had similar concerns and with the initial fast high school plan, which is why I was supportive of us just tentatively approving it then and then it being brought forward back to us. And I'll admit the plan is better than the original, but I did agree with it having some deficiencies. And I did make a mental note of, I think, some concerns of let's be consistent. If we approve the others, why we didn't pick this one? But I'm also mindful at that meeting, we still tentatively approved the Bassett High School one because tentatively approved, not just disapproved it, we tentatively approved it because we're on a deadline. I myself feel, I feel like I voted yes on the other plans for the sake of, first couple meetings. There's a lot of stuff to deal with. They were mostly sufficient, but I think the Bassett High School one has highlighted where there are more deficiencies. And I think at this point, it would be, at least in my opinion, meaningful if the board set up some criteria of what we expect in our living board plans. I think similar to what Ms. Mangione has, but I think that would be a good way to standardize, formalize, and make across the board for all the campuses what the board is expecting and looking for all the safety plans. That way, when they are brought up next year, there is more consistency. We are looking for the same thing, at all sites, regardless of site. We're looking for all sites, regardless if you're in elementary, if you're high school, you're gonna have the same thing. So that's some proactive guidance I would like to propose that we conduct, next year, maybe in December, November, whenever the principals are getting started. The board can have a conversation and say, this is what we're looking for in all these plans, make sure it hits up X, Y, and Z, and then we could have that conversation across all of them next year. Regarding this item, since it is now pending before us, I agree that there are still things missing. In a day and age where I grew up, where, active shooters and bomb threats were a constant fear in high school, and they still are for, a lot of, children and peers. It doesn't seem really addressed in the current plan. I know it has hostage situation, but that's different than, either of those. The hostage situation is, just hide, whereas an active shooter is to evacuate and then hide and then it be a fight. So at the moment, again, I'm mindful that we did approve the others that may have deficiencies, and I think it'd be best if we proactively address them next year. And in terms of this item at the moment, it is, I'm cross with it, is all I can really say at this time.
I know Sam agree with you. I wouldn't wait that. I would chase them now. But I totally agree. Uniformity is important.
So again, I make the motion one more time, and I do have, I want to add to this that for next year, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Kennard, you will bring this in June. They will start working on this in June. So because all these criteria that you've so stated were not brought before us when we approved the other ones, I think it's a little bit a matter of consistency. And by no means am I saying that the safety of our students and staff is being disregarded. It is priority. However, my motion, one more time, is to direct the superintendent to ensure that all of your concerns are addressed on these safety plans. And we agree on that across the board, not just to the high school, keeping in mind we approved the other ones. So that would be my motion.
Is your motion just on giving guidance, or is it also to approve? Are we having two motions, one to give guidance and direction to the superintendent and then a separate motion to approve? Or is your motion?
We're motioning to approve with the stipulation that you are directing the superintendent to implement these concerns, because they are very valid concerns. I don't want to disregard them. However, in this particular instance, we did not require them of the other ones. And we approved the other ones, and I know we're gonna go back and forth. I'll be here as long as it takes, but, again, so we're approving this with the stipulation that we are giving the superintendent direction to ensure that all of your, inquiries, I guess, that's what it. All of your inquiries are implemented not just to Bassett High School, but to all our campuses. Again, they are valid concerns. And I want to be respectful of the time that you've taken to put those concerns together.
So you made the motion, I'd like to second. Can I get a third?
I just want to ask a question. So when did this come under curriculum? Safety plan, when did it come under curriculum? Isn't this part of risk management or HR or security or something other than curriculum?
Well, I said you because you had said that you're gonna work with him starting in June.
I did, I will respond to that. I did speak to the superintendent and we looked up some things on the CPE website. And we were able to identify that new templates, things that are much more updated. And so we set a time for all principals to come in before they leave in June to create their safety plans for next year. Making sure that all these things are addressed. It is not taking into consideration the questions that have been brought here for today and what's in place. What we have planned to do that in June before principals. That's good. Yeah, but to answer your question, I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry.
I do want to share that our risk manager does have some involvement in the safety plans as well as coordinating the meetings with our safety committee meetings, and they review those plans as well. So it also falls upon our risk and safety.
Because the safety committee comes from all the schools, right? This committee has all the schools.
That's correct.
And I just, one last thing, I do want to add. When we were in Monterey, what were we asking? I asked, where is your safety plan? Yeah. So, can I get a roll call vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion was made by myself and seconded by board member Stanzione. Thank you. Okay, cool. That's my turn. Okay. Okay, item number 13. Next regular board meeting is scheduled for April 25th. Can I get a motion to adjourn the regular board meeting of March 14th? Okay. Motion by board member Barajas, second by board member Rivera. Can I get a roll call vote?
Aye.
Aye. With that said, the regular board meeting of March 14th adjourns at 11:52 p.m.